Yo, Mr. LeBear in the house, Denny in the house. Welcome, welcome. How y'all doing tonight? Hey, what's good, Laser Dog? Hope you're doing well. Yo, what's good, Mr. Pokemon? Team Canada lost to Team USA. I did see that. I mean, I saw the final result. You got luck. We got lucky with the W. Our gold was out of the world. Made all the difference. All right, I am all fully settled in and ready to start. Oh, thank you. I must not have clicked. There we go. Should be working now. Doing alright today, Denny. Hope you're doing well. My last 2 work days were 12 hours each. Today, being Sunday, was only 8 hours. So it felt like a very short work day. Yeah, it was a role to live. I prefer Bidoof over Zigzagoon personally, but I prefer Linen over Bibarel. Yo, Gregory Gibbons, welcome to the chat. We're due for a good runner tonight, I agree. We've been inching our way closer to the Elite Four, but we actively need to hit the Elite Four, beat the Elite Four, and I just want a Kanto run, man. I'm dying for a Kanto run. Nothing else matters. Nice, Mr. LeBear. You get to pivot, nice. Magic Water. Pretty slow. Damn, that sucks. Good Pokemon. Good move. HP in a beat, in a dream. So I'm not technically allowed to heal because I had the option to catch, but I didn't go for it. So because I went for the kill, I can't heal. If I fail the catch, then I get to heal because then I have no other option. I think I go for the Mag Mortar. Even though it's slow, it's at least better. I could try to go for Hariyama. That could be a choice. 474, it could be an underdog. Mr. Pokemon, I think last night you were saying, how am I clicking the buttons? I have macros, so when I'm doing the scouting, all that I have to do is hold down 2 buttons. Screw it, let's go for Hariyama. Oh, I thought we lived that, damn. Dead Skin, good moveset. Physical attacker though. Would have had Shadow Punch. Quick attack, Lava Plume, but not a physical attacker. Not great. Another spawn for it too. Water Absorb, ooh, that could have been cool. No worries, first file of the night. We'll get a better run. Which the physical attack and the speed were switched. I got a story for you guys. I was at work and I was watching another streamer playing FireRed Kaizo, and he had a good runner going, hit an Arcanine, and he had gotten Surf. A couple people in the chat shared a location for him as a reminder, like, hey, you have access to this. So I shared with him, hey, you also have access to the item outside of like the Mewtwo cave that was left behind. So he goes to get my item, and on his way there's a trainer, and he's 40 levels higher than the Pokemon in the trainer fight. He's like 80, 85. The trainer had like a 47. It was a Registeel. He clicked his stab, fire, super effective move, and the Registeel was faster and Destiny bonded him and killed him. And I felt so bad because I had just sent him there. I was like, oh my gosh. R.I.P. Is that Shield Dust? Let's go with a double miss. So that could be either Inner Focus or Shield Dust. I would have to have another move that does a secondary effect. Alright, GG. We're very strong, right? 25 attack, 26 special attack. Defenses aren't the worst, they're not the best, but they're definitely not the worst. My issue with this is that minus speed nature. It still would have been a hair below average, but it would have been runnable had it not been hindered by the nature. We did see the Machamp. We saw a level 6 that we were able to run from the fight at 11 speed. Could have been luck, it could be slow. Hey yo. Okay, that's good to see. I'm glad that the Charmeleon is level 6. Low key, not bad though. Wow. Dark Pulse, Ominous Wind, Speed Boost. But I'm glad to see that it's level 6 because that will leave Typhlosion at level 5, allowing us to evolve it, allowing us to get the level 6 move rather than having to catch the level 3 in order to safely delete a bad option. Ravine Grace Typhlosion. Good to know that it has Keen Eye. It's not the worst ability because accuracy drops are very annoying. It's not the best in its tier, as there's the ability like Clear Smoke or White Smoke and Clear Body. We can try to see if there's a second ability on it. I mean, if it's not great, we at least have the option for headbutt with it. It does have a second ability. Ooh. While we have a decent like Pokemon in our hands, we should scout all grass pivots before getting Typhlosion for him to scout all tree pivots. Because Typhlosion has 4 attacks, so he can't scout in the same way that Blaziken can. Stat Brick Break. Ooh. I wonder if Porygon 2 has a second ability, because that could technically be a backup as well. Really good special attack on that. I'm definitely going from Blaziken to Typhlosion. I'm not going to anything else first because I want to have the option of scouting for the second ability instead of Kenai. That way, if we get a good, like a little better ability, we might end up running it, depending on its set and move. Well, it actually has a good move set. It's got, what, Luster Purge? I think it had Acid, which is not great. And then it had 2 physical moves, if I remember correctly. A Farfetch'd, damn. Alright, so we're going to pivot to Typhlosion, which might take a while because that level 5 was not easy to find, and we also need to find it with a hidden ability. Rayford and Headbutt, yup. Luster Purge, Acid. I mean, its moveset is okay. It's not God tier yet, but high speed. No. Rain Dish. Probably not our runner. Didn't really get any special attacks. Yeah, it just got Mud Bomb. That's it. Holy physical attack. Did he start with any physical moves? Skull Bash, Super Fang, Vine Whip, Mirror Move? Oof. He had no offense, yeah. Oh, he had Aura Sphere. Every time a champ gets Aura Sphere, he's horrible. I've never found a good Machamp with Aura Sphere. I have found good Machamps, but the two never go together. If this had speed boost, oh my lord. Thunderbolt just needed speed. I had Dragon Dance, but it wasn't a physical attacker. Alright, no worries. On to the next. It's gonna be a lucky file right here. Zapdos in lab, yup. Yep, I put one in the lab. So, Zapdos in the lab. Tropius! I want to do the Dusclops. What do you guys think? Tropius or Dusclops? First one in the chat. Tropius or Dusclops? Mizzle, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? Yo, what a pick, dude. Oh my gosh. Slightly above average speed plus attack nature with a Shadow Punch stab move. Brick Break Octazooka. Yo. I wouldn't mind evolving it to try to get a better ability, but I also would not mind running it. Now, the way it has this stat distribution is by having very, very low HP. The HP is one tick away from being the lowest it possibly can. The lowest at level 5 is 16, if I'm not mistaken. It could be 15, but I've never seen one at 15. Actually, I guess it can be lower, right? Because whenever I see, like, Beetle, it can be like an HP. What do we think? Is this a full send, or is this a confident rival fight than Scout? There is a Slowbro in the grass, which we have gotten very good runs out of Slowbro. We chew that. Let's go. GG. Extra sensory. Do I like that more than Comet Punch? Yeah. Because if our evolution ends up being a special attacker and we have a bad nature, it's good to have at least a couple moves to be set up and ready. There are no ghost psychic types in this. No Hoopa. No Lunala. No Cosmoem. Thoughts. He's fast, he's strong, he's got good bulk, he just has low HP. And he has the means to evolve, which means it could flip on its head and completely fall short, or it could evolve into a perfect Pokemon, like the Onix. Crobat. I low-key want to run it. Even the minus defense isn't hurting it. For now. Question is, do we try to find a second one for a better nature? Because a neutral nature is best when trying to evolve, just so whatever way the file runs, you're just ready and prepared. No water ghost like Bastiodon. Or Jellicent. I am excited for Jellicent in the next generation. I'll leave it up to you guys. Do we run the Dusclops or do we pivot? We could pivot to Slowbro, pivot to Golduck, we could pivot to Crobat. Crobat gets another move at 5, so there's 2 moves on Crobat we didn't see yet. Alright, I haven't seen any response from chat, so I think I'm just gonna send it. Oh, there we go, Denny says the Dusclops. Let's do it. Earlier, when I was on another person's stream, there were multiple times where I would put a message in the chat, I would see it go up, and like a second later, it would just disappear. Okay, let me ask you this: are we just full send, or are we going to continue scouting? Because if we're going to continue scouting, I don't really need Octazooka for this Pokemon specifically. It would be more for the evolution opportunity. So if I make a pivot, full send, okay, yeah. Because if I make a pivot, then I would want Double Team to scout, but if not, I don't really think I need Double Team. Yes, I could get rid of it. Oh, okay, that's the other option, right? I could get rid of Octazooka, as we're not a special attacker, because Octazooka would be for the accuracy drop, right? But if we raise our evasion, that accuracy drop is technically the same thing, but it stays on every single Pokemon. So the question is, do we want to save Octazooka for the evolution, or do we want to have the concept of evasion be improved? Oh, we'll definitely find a cloth. I think I find a cloth every single file. More poop? More power? Is that supposed to say more power? Well, we are full sending, so... more power and more poo. Dusk Poops. That's his name. He doesn't clop, he poops. The word power won't send. YouTube needs to fix this. I hope it's not a problem that's just happening the entire year. It's not like I can do anything about it. But the reason I am doing these trainers now before grabbing all of the items is if we find the cloth within the items up ahead, we'll have to evolve it on that fight rather than getting the level up moves and evolve later. Rough static. Nice. We break through. Perfect. But we don't level up. Wow. Doesn't matter. We'll level up on the next fight. So even if we do find the item. That is close, but it's not the right one. The goat milk? Nice. I gotta add more emojis. I want to add one for like finding heals. Another one that's close, but not the right one. HP up. We're saving those for the evolution to have. Alright, no item yet. Okay, onto the tower. Good luck. I almost clicked Brick Break too. Belly Drum? Nah. I mean, max attack is nice, but half health is not. Big XP right here. Nice. Copycat. It can extend the length of my PP. That's not what I meant, but I mean, like, I can have more Shadow Punches and Brick Break and such, and then I can use good moves that they had just used as well. If I don't knock out. It's not a bad move. It's really important that the Pokemon is fast in order to use it. So if the evolution ends up not being fast, it's not good. I wouldn't say it's better than Octazooka if we end up having a slow evolution mon. What do you guys think? Do we take it over Octazooka? So if, like, the opponent goes for setup, I can also use their setup. Like, there's a lot of niche uses for this move. It can be a flexible option for a mon. I do kind of like it over Octazooka, personally, as we're not hoping our evolution is a special attacker, I'm just expecting it to be. What do you guys think? Do we keep Octazooka or do we learn Copycat? Alright, chat is pretty quiet tonight, so I'm just gonna do what I believe is the right choice. Gonna get rid of Octazooka. Hey, Skyforce, how you doing tonight? We have found a lot of evolution items, but every single one has been the wrong move, wrong item. Okay, that's the level 15 out of the way. Nice, GG. Easy. I wouldn't hate it if this never evolved. Not at all. I'm just prepared. That's all. So like, I'm gonna be trying to grab items at a delayed scenario instead of immediate. So like, we're actually gonna go and do all of the trainers before we do any of the rock smashes or items or anything. After beating the gym, of course. Yo, Black Flare, how you doing tonight? Had a bad headache? I hope it's gonna go away soon if you still have it. Alright, good luck. First gym visit of the night, just shy of an hour into the stream. Or just past an hour into the stream. Thank you, Sky. I do not have any status heals, which is scary, because our priority click move, or our main click move of Shadow Punch is contact move, so like it can be an issue if any of them have like a status ability. Just gonna pray. Good luck. Oh man. What a lead. Luckily, Shadow Punch doesn't miss. This is the ace. He lowered my defense. We get the knockout. Signal Beam. I mean, I like that better than what Octazooka was. Gives us another no contact. What do you guys think? Copycat or Signal Beam? For us to have as a move. Like, your response would be saying what move you think we should have. Do we have Copycat or do we have Signal Beam for our Pokemon? So the way it would work, Mr. LeBear, is whatever was the last move clicked is what I would click. So if I move first, knock them out, on the next turn, and I click Copycat, whatever I clicked last is what will happen. Now, if I click Shadow Punch and they live, and they click a good move on me, I can click Copycat and then use that move on them. So like, let's say instead of getting crunched earlier from the Typhlosion, if I had been hit by Earthquake, I could have Copycat and then hit him with a super effective Earthquake. So it's a scenario move. It's a situational move for sure. But played correctly, it can really help. However, that doesn't guarantee us a no contact move. Signal Beam would guarantee us a no contact move that's a little bit weaker than the Octazooka. No, a little bit stronger. Sorry, a little bit stronger than the Octazooka and 100% accurate. With 5 more PP. The downside is super effective coverage isn't as good with Signal Beam as the Octazooka. Our stats, we're min-max, so we are not a special attacker at all. Which is why I'm not like fond of it. In the event that our evolution turns into a special attacker, it's possible, right? Just because we have the plus attack nature and stab Shadow Punch doesn't mean we're staying physical forever. So if we do have a couple special attacks, the evolution could benefit. I'm kind of down to get rid of Copycat. I mean, it's a cool concept, and I'm really good at using it. But I think Signal Beam's a little better than what we had in that slot. And I think it can be a little bit more reliable than Copycat. Show Signal Beam stats. It's 75 base power and 100 accuracy, with a 10% chance to confuse, and no contact. It's special attack, so it's literally using our lowest stat. So if our evolution is special, it could be good. Because in my opinion, it's better than Bug Buzz. Another one. Easy. That's fine. That's the last Pokemon. Flame Body. GG. I'm just glad the one before it didn't activate. Great win. Nightmare. Not a good move. Only hits them if they're asleep, and it hits them for 25% of their health for every turn they're asleep. Dusclops needs a name. Do I get a non-ghost type so that if they are a Pokemon that can't hit a ghost type, that at least they can hit the partner Pokemon? Right? Like, normally I match typings, but if we get a ghost type and both are ghost, and then the opponent only has like normal and fighting, they will start clicking like the gimmick moves instead of clicking their offensive move into whatever is possible to hit, which is the partner. Alright. BB Knuckles. Is that the name suggestion? Like Baby Knuckles? We could name it one of the Pokemon we hope to evolve into. We would want it like Spiritomb or Gengar. Wraith? I like that. See, if you said the Reaper, Mr. LeBear, I probably would have went with the Reaper. But the BB Knuckles, I don't know. For me, I was thinking Sonic, and I was like, how does that have anything to do with Dusclops? I was like, Baby Knuckles? YouTube blocked your comment. My bad. I don't know what's up with YouTube right now. I'm gonna try to look into it tomorrow. Right, good luck. Let's all boycott YouTube and not watch for a month. That'd be hilarious. We do not want Frostlass, Mismagius, Bayonet. Or Rotom. We want Spiritomb, Drifblim, Gengar. So we want 3 out of 8, which is not good. To be honest, it's not good. It's not in our favor. Best Evo is either Gengar or Spiritomb. Honestly, any of the 3. In my opinion, any of the 3 could be good. Stab Flying would be really cool if we got like Drill Peck. Habit. That's me. That's me going through a habit right there. Going to the PC. What's wrong with Mismagius? It doesn't get any level up moves, which is okay because we have Stab, but my brother. I mean, if it is a Mismagius, then what we are doing of avoiding all items until the very end actually is the best play that we could do. The Iron Fist Dusknoir with Shadow Punch that got walled on the first trainer. Yeah, I remember that. Lucky Chant? No. Oh no. Okay. That was scary. That was scary. Yeah, I believe normal Ghost only has the weakness to Dark, correct? It is still weak to Scrappy. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong section. I need to go here. Max Ether, nice. Blue Shard, nice. Deep Sea Scale. Dude, we're gonna get every single evolution item except the Reaper Cloth, and I love it. I want that. That's the exact scenario I want. We've gotten the item for Happiny, Porygon 2, Electivire. There was another one. Why am I forgetting the other one? Yeah, this thing has very, very low HP. The only way it has the stats that it has is by having very low HP. Max Potion, let's go. I guess I did grab a couple. Just had to have it. And then I'm doing things a little bit different, so I just gotta make sure I don't mess anything up. Yeah. Max Potion not even being a super potion, right? Because it's not even that like we're below 50 health, but we have to be at 1 health to be able to use it, right? So it would be at best 47, so not even a super potion. Alright, it's time for the cave. We're gonna do the same thing in the cave. No. Because we get 30 outside of cave. And if you can evolve earlier in this scenario, you get the opportunity of an extra level up move on the evolution. So it's 1 less that you need on the heart scale. 1 less that you have to need to wait until endgame, I should say. Well, that's what we're saying, Denny, is that even though we found a max potion, because its value is only as good as a super potion, all we really need are super potions. It's like, we're not really asking for big heals, we're just asking for any heal at the moment. I'll take baby potions for a little bit. This stab, shadow punch, and the brick break, absolutely amazing. Oh, you typed that before I said anything? Gotcha. Dragon Rage would be very deadly, but we're not going to let anyone click that. If we got like a Spiritomb or Gengar with Technician, oh my gosh, that would be so fun. I would maybe want what's it called? not cross chop, karate chop over brick break instead, because then with technician it would be the same base power but more PP and a high crit rate, as it's not often for them to get screens up. Good one shot. I hate that Pokemon. Only Annihilate was in this game. Facts. Only Defiant was in this game. Defiant on a physical attacker would be so fun. I would love to see Intimidate. I would like Ice Punch because Ghost is nice, but as many normal flying types there are, it would be nice to have coverage for them. And then that also gives us the coverage for dragon types. Yo, Laser Dog, how you doing tonight? There are 3 out of 8 evolutions that we would like to have, so the odds are not in our favor. 1 I'm willing to accept. 2 are not really that good. The Rotom. I mean, if we got a Mischievous, I should actually hold on to a Dusk Stone if I find one. If we end up evolving into Mischievous, and then get another evolution into, like, Dusknoir. I think I had gotten one, and I might have sold it. My bad. Really want to see a Drifblim. But for the star rating, at the moment, this thing is almost a 4-star in my opinion. But long term, it might not. If we evolve, right? It could flip the coin any which way. We might get to level 30 on the rival. I kind of hope we do, so that I can go to the forest and get those items. Or at least close. That's all we need. We just need to be close. Okay, good XP there. I wish more 455 BST Pokemon were built like this. Because I would run Hitmonlee, Chan, Top. I would run... Like, there's a lot of Pokemon that are, like, between 455 and 500. Magic Guard could have been cool, yeah. Avoid a lot of the abilities. Good one shot. Nice. That might level us up. He switched his attack and defense, so let's see if his attack is very low. It is. Okay. Sludge. Would we learn Sludge in the event that we evolve into Gengar? It's 65 base power, but it's special attack. So if we end up as a special attacker with Gengar, we could have another stab. Offensively, it's not better than Signal Beam because they both cover for grass types, but Bug covers for other things like Psychic and... Actually... Okay, I don't... Oh, you know why? There's, I forgot who it is. But there's... That's funny. Sludge actually covers for 3 more Pokemon than Signal Beam. Sludge, I believe, is actually 30% chance. If I'm not mistaken, Sludge is 30% chance to poison instead of the 10% that Signal Beam is. I could see it being better than Signal Beam, but what do you guys think? You say don't take? Why is that? You said something, Miss Denny? I'm sorry. It just seems like YouTube is throwing a fit tonight. It is higher power. Granted, only 10 higher power. Take Sludge. I think in the event that we turn into a special attacker, especially a Gengar, I think it would be really nice as like a... The game tries to throw us a right curve, but we've thrown one right back. Yeah, I'm sorry, Flare, but I think it's better than Signal Beam. I must admit. It's not... Both moves I'm not clicking very often regardless. So it's not something I'm truly... Yeah, 30%. Not something I'm truly, like, holding heavily on. I can do the... Huh, I didn't know that. So by beating the rival, I can do the birds now instead of later. Oh well, I'll still do it later. I'm lazy. One-eighth chance for Gengar, yeah, that's pretty decent. That's better chances than critical hit. You're putting the house on Gengo. Putting the house. Yo, Matthew, how you doing? Who's this handsome young ghost? He's just trying to get into the school of Hogwarts. But they're saying that he's a Dementor? I don't know. It's not nice of them. He does kind of look like a Dementor, he does. Alright, good luck. Did I not heal? Oh my gosh, I didn't heal? I'm an idiot. I didn't realize I had done that fight without taking damage and then forgot to heal. No worries, I usually go in with 15 PP anyways. One fight down and now I have 15. I'll take it. Nice, good one shot. I'm just gonna go for the knockout. I was gonna go for Sludge, but I don't want it to live on Sludge and then Metal Burst me. That would suck. Nice. We got through that without taking damage. We took damage on one fight, that's it. Not bad though. Thank you for the good luck. I need all of the good luck you guys can share, so... Here we go. Great. Citrus Berry out of the way. 2. No, wow. He's gonna heal. Great one shot. Couldn't hit me. He does it. That's the second time somebody brings out a Porygon on my ghost move. Oof. That's okay though, because there's only one left. And he can't static me now. It's minus attack. Nice. Extra sensory for the win. Hey, crank that Pikachu. How you doing tonight? Chill chat, you ain't fighting the next major fight till you get 20 likes. That'd be gnarly. They would just presume it's a sleep stream. GG easy. That was Magic Coat. Unfortunate. Just do a Q&A until we hit the likes. Next major fight is Whitney. There's not really anything from here to Whitney. Just a bunch of trainers and items. Which, the forest is not a dungeon. So do we just not pick up any of those items and just try to level up to 33 and 37? We can get 2 level up moves. I've been trying to ask more lately. I'll ask right now, you know, for those who are enjoying this Dusclops run that we got tonight. I would appreciate any like and anyone who would like and subscribe for the Dusknor. We stream almost every night. We've actually been quite consistent at doing every night. I kind of think that we just skip the items for now. It's not like I need any. I have Lumberry if I really worry about status. but I tend to just push through the fight and then go to heal anyways. Nice, thank you, thank you, Crank. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what's up with like the view count versus like my stream versus other streams. Did anyone see the Platinum Kaizo vid? No, I don't know what you're talking about. I believe the view count is accurate. Because there was a point yesterday where my internet gave me problems and it made everyone buffer and lose the stream. And so on the chart, because I see a graph chart of the progress throughout the entire night, it dipped all the way down to 0, and then in the span of like 5 minutes, it shot back up to like 180. But it wasn't like immediate, it was a gradual growth back up to the 100 plus. You didn't say anything wrong? What do you mean, Blair? Stupid difficult platinum log supposed to release this year? Oh, that's pretty cool. The reason I paused right here is because we're about to get a new move. Your chats are still blocked, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Reflect, oof. Nope, don't need it. I was really praying for another move. I mean, I don't mind what we have. It's doing the job, but I would like a little bit more coverage. Super effective just makes the game 10 times easier. It's supposed to be 2 times easier, but it really feels like 10 times easier. Thank you, Flair. And if notifications from YouTube isn't good, working correctly, as it sometimes does not for us, our Discord is linked in the description. We have a pretty good community there, and you would get notified through Discord as well. How far do we want to go without grabbing items? That's the real question. Do we want to go only up to Whitney's gym and grab all of the items before Whitney's gym? Or do we want to wait until, like, the lighthouse or even beating Morty? Like, you know, we could really push the needle on it if we wanted to. All the way? Grab the items at the very end? Beat the entire game, holding on to a max potion and a moo milk. That would be the ultimate item gauntlet. Just grabbing like 80% of the items all at once. I want to check something real quick. Oh, thank you, LeBear. That's what I wanted to check because I don't check it at all. That is just something I used to check and I just didn't have it on my purview for how things have been going in my life lately. Like, wasn't my thought, like my main thought. For me, it's 83%. It's a little better percentage than some streamers that I've seen. 83% are not subscribed. It feels weird not grabbing items. Misclicked, but that's fine because he's got 0 defense. That was ×4 resisted. What are we thinking about, Dusk Clops right now, or Dusk Nor? Because this is the Dusk Clops. I'm thinking it's good enough to keep pushing the needle on the items. Though I am tempted to grab items for heals. I would like a couple more heals. I don't want to waste my big heals on such a low HP mon. Like, I wish I had a couple super potions, because those would last me like a while. I will get to a point where the moon milk will be what suffices for a bit. It would be like playing Minesweeper, grabbing specific items and not others, trying to decide which one is and is not the Reaper Cloth. My child. I grabbed the item out of habit, my bad. Luckily it was a useless item. Ground resistance, which we don't need. Could be good for Gengar. Be a good item for Gengar if we end up with it. Rash, it's a physical move, but we get locked into it. It's normal type, and then we're confused when it's done. I say no. So do we want to grab the items now? Or do we want to wait until, like, later? I low-key want to grab the items now for two reasons. One, I don't want to forget. Two, I want to be able to get the level up moves if possible, and in theory, the chance of a better ability. And worst case scenario, we don't even get the item, and we just get heals. Or best case scenario, rather. So I want to head back and heal, get more PP before we do these last 4 trainers. Occasionally they can have some scary Pokemon. Yep. Alright, I got those. It's going to be easier for me mentally to not skip any items if I just start from the beginning. Another dubious disc. Cherry Berry, nice. I do want more status heals. Because of contact abilities, I would like to avoid having to go through full dungeons with the status. Another Enigma Berry, okay. How tanky we are, they could be decent. Another Cherry Berry. An upgrade, not a dubious disc, but an upgrade. Right, we still have 7 more items to grab. How do EVs and IVs work? In general, I barely understand how they work in the regular game. So I'm going to do my best to answer the question, but in reality, like, I barely have a grasp on it in general. But to my understanding, they work as they do in vanilla, where when you knock out a Pokemon, you get X amount based on who they are. What I don't know is if that is randomized or if your Blissey will give you a +4 on HP or whatever it is, right? Like, I don't know if it's 1-for-1 to the vanilla or if it gets randomized every time. Typically, it will always be maxed out by the time you hit level 50. Sometimes it can be 51, sometimes it can be 49, but I'd say about 97% of the time, it's always level 50. You hit level 50 and you're maxed out. You can't use any more HP ups or things like that. Similarly, I don't know if it transfers over to your evolution when you use it. I believe it does not, but it may. Just in case, I'm choosing to save it so I don't waste the HP up. The one that is, I don't remember which one it is, EVs or IVs, but whichever one is at a specific number when you first get the Pokemon, the one that goes 31, I can look at Pokemon Showdown, it'll answer for me. The IVs. So the IVs, I don't have the setting on where everyone is maxed out, so the IVs get randomized at spawn. And the EVs will be slowly growing as we kill every Pokemon. Okay, so we have 2 TMs. We have Magicoat, and we have Nightmare. Right, just gotta do 4 more trainers, then we do the basement, and then we do the gym. And we have all of the items, so we can expect to go through without having to worry about evolving. We leave the gym probably at, I want to say 41. Might be like end of 40. We might be on the cusp of 41. Alright. 69 HP G-Mizzle. What a great number. That's okay though. Where we're going, we don't need HP. We got this. This is gonna be easy. Good luck. I think it was 17 or 18, correct? I have a burn heal. It is nice to have a runner this early in the night. And it being this early in the night, you know, it's not even midnight yet for me. Yeah, I definitely don't think we get our full level up on this fight right here. But we'll probably get like 3/4. Because it's only 5 Pokemon, it's not 6. And if there's any baby Pokemon, then... Nice crit, buddy, nice crit. My child. Great one shot. And the last one, I barely got half HP. No, I got like 3/5, I'd say. A little over half. Easy fight, GG. I had to use the burn heal, I think. This would have been 10 times harder if I didn't. The chip damage would have sucked. And the damage output would have sucked. Ew. Yo, somebody call the FBI. Whitney's plotting. GG, easy. What a chump. GG, easy indeed. Wait on items or pick up more items? I don't want to forget about them. It's my biggest crutch. And I know the next couple of dungeons I would like any more heals I can get. Heart scale, that's cool. So if we end up evolving, we'll have a heart scale for seeing what the evolution's moveset is. Like, when we beat Morty, I don't mind doing the trainer gauntlet first before the item gauntlet. And from here to the tower, I can, or at least until I hit level 43, I can wait to grab any more items. But just those outskirt items that are like super far away, don't want to wait on them. Or the ones that I might miss during the autopilot of the item gauntlet, right? If I'm accustomed to that item already being picked up, I might pass an area and leave an item behind. Yes and no, Matthew. Yes, I would like to in the event that we get a good Pokemon, but at the same time, no, I don't want to ruin a good run while this is still running very comfortably. So I'm kind of doing like a mix. I'm grabbing items like later, but I'm not going to hurt this Pokemon's like opportunity of covering a certain status because I didn't pick up, right? Like that burn heal, clutch. Absolutely clutch to have that burn heal for that gym. Like from here, I'm just gonna go straight for the fights and then grab the items right before the lighthouse. In the lighthouse, I can go through all of the trainers and then go back to the bottom floor, and before walking out of the front door, I can climb back up and get all of the items. Because it's at level 43 and then it's 51. I guess I should grab once I hit level 43 I should start grabbing items, because same as before, getting a new level up move off of the new Pokemon, whomever we turn into, will be valuable. It's one less move we have to wait to see on with our heart scale. What's the best dark type move that Technician can use? Bite. There's only one dark type move on the specialist attack side, and it's 80 base power, so it would have to be on the physical side, and the lower base power moves. I guess Payback could be nice. Or what's the other one? Punishment. Punishment would be good. Because Punishment is regular base 60 base power unless they have setup like the download or speed boost or anything like that. And then for every setup it gets 20 base power. So while they don't have setup, you get Technician, bringing it to 90 base power, and then when they get +1 or +2, like a Calm Mind or anything, you know, any scenario, giving them stats, it gets 20 to 40. So yeah, I could see Punishment. Downside to Punishment is it is 5 PP. So alternatively, you could do Fade Attack. Fade Attack is a 60 base power move, just like Shadow Punch, where it never misses. So it's literally the Dark type version of Shadow Punch. Payback, I did mention, it's 50 base power. Unless you move second. And if they attack before you do, it goes up to 100. So you could have it at 75 until they move first, and then it's 100. Not as good, I'd say. I like the Bite, Feint Attack, Punishment combo for those 3 60 base power Dark type moves. Right, next level up, new move. Then we can grab our items. I would like Shadow Claw. That would be fun. It's 100 accuracy instead of ignoring accuracy, but it's 70 base power and has a high crit rate. So we would guarantee a little bit more one-hit KOs. I know I'm not supposed to grab these items. I realized it right before grabbing the third one. Have it. The autopilot kicked in for a second. I've had to be consciously playing to avoid myself. Nice. Right, it should be this fight that we get the level up on. Damn. Ooh, that's upsetting, dude. That's so upsetting. Bro, why couldn't you give me that at 51? I would have been 10 times happier if that was at 51. I could get rid of Sludge. Is the 4 items important, or is the Reaper? You know how funny it would be if the Reaper cloth is only in one location and it's in the door of the Flash, the one place I would never go. Like, dude, that would be like what's the parable? What's the parable where the prince ends up killing his father and marrying his mother? He tried to ignore his fate and ended up creating his fate. Yeah, those items are rarely good, and I have only gotten Flash scenario maybe at most 3 times. I feel like 5 is exaggerating. Like, I never get flashed at a time where I can do it. I think I'd say no. I like Sludge for the Gengar opportunity. So the scenario we're put into right now, Mr. LeBear, is the path moving forward. Either we will evolve before the move relearner, where any move Dusclops has learned or will learn will no longer be accessible. So if we were to delete Shadow Punch after evolving, we no longer can get Shadow Punch on move relearner. It's gone. So anything that Dusclops has is temporary. In the event that we get the Dusclops all the way to the 8th gym, I'd say, yeah, possibly we could get 2 Heart Scales and then do Flash then. That'd be fine with me. I think we say no for now. I mean, we have 1 Heart Scale. If we get this thing all the way to the 8th gym, all we need is 1 more Heart Scale. That way we can learn Flash and then delete Flash. I hope chat has a reaction to the item when we pick it up, if we pick it up, because there's a chance that I might not visually notice it. Hey, look at that! The escape rope, the other option. Instead of Flash, we get to do the escape rope. I will say, this is the furthest that we have brought a non-fully evolved Pokemon. Like, an example to use is Vigoroth. We have never gotten Vigoroth to level 36 in order to evolve it. Or any Pokemon like Dragonair, Shelgon, etc. who have a mid to late game evolution. We got the TM for Flash. Do you remember the number? Because if the number is not one that matches up with a gym, then it wouldn't really matter. because we couldn't use it. But if you know the number, I can let you know. Oh wait, I gotta grab the 4 items in town. It's definitely not a Johto, but I can check to see if it's Kanto. It is not a Kanto. Nope. Not usable. I'm not gonna risk it. I was trying to make it so that I didn't take any damage before entering the tower so that I could have my HM Pokemon knocked out. I'm not gonna risk it though. I'm gonna heal. That's 20 health. That's like, that's practically a quarter of our health right there. Alright, good luck. So I'm not counting I mean, I guess I should count Magmar, right? I guess I've gotten Magmar this far because there was a time where I was avoiding items, as I have been tonight, with a Magmar. I really liked it. Did not want to evolve. And here I said, you know what? I will grab the items here because I will be able to later. It immediately got the item in here. Was forced to evolve. Got a horrible Charizard. Lost 2 fights later. Oh my gosh, just absolutely demolished the rival. Never spell, but that's at near 0 HP, so GG. Let's go, Max Potion. Love that for us. That's 2 Max Potions now. Rayquaza. Easy one-shot. Legendaries. What a joke. Alright, our 3rd vitamin. A full heal. Very nice. Only a couple more items. I'm hoping that we see a few steel types in here. Not a common statement to say, but if we can just have some Pokemon that we want to click Brick Break on, like normal types and steel types, then Shadow Punch should be able to cover everything else. And then we just spread the PP between those two, and it's a really easy tower. If I get a scenario where it's like some baby Pokemon like Skorupi, Spinarak, Sunkern, maybe I can use our special attacks when they're super effective. But we're gonna stick to our contact moves and go from there. And we're gonna pick up all 5 items as well. It's after the gym gauntlet, the 4th gym. We're gonna do the trainer gauntlet before the item gauntlet. That's when item scenarios are gonna be in play, but not here. Good luck. Snow Warning Blizzard, oh my gosh. And he heals too. Damn, that's a rough start. Buddy, I need you to get these one-shots. Oh my gosh, I misclicked. Okay, he threw. I did not want to click the same move anyways. Actually, he was a tank. I might not have one-shot, and then I wouldn't have been able to click Brick Break turn 2, so who knows, that might have actually saved us. It played it into working in our favor. Oh boy. Great one shot. Alright, we have plenty of PP for the rest, so if they can just be a bunch of Psychic and Ghost types, that would be great. Another vitamin, damn. Stocked up. Oh, sorry, Tyranitar. You were not the pivot. There's 7 Pokemon left, so saving an extra break is nice. Already asked you to hear response. So I said this is about a 3.5 stars. As a whole, it could be even a 4 if it had like one more physical move for coverage, unlike any tanky Pokemon we've struggled with. Earthquake would be really nice. Yeah, I would really like Earthquake. But that can be a coin flip at any moment once we get our evolution item. So I'm not like sitting on a rating with it until we either evolve or know that we're not going to evolve. So we have to evolve when we find the item, no matter what. Though, in certain scenarios, depending on where our level up moves are and what our upcoming areas, like, it depends on the scenario. But I have been avoiding items from time to time and then going back and picking them up. So now that we cleared this pretty easily, I did waste 1 Oranberry, but it was better safe than sorry. I did not want to risk Aftermath knocking us out. Like we had the other night, right? We had 2 Aftermath Pokemon in a row that knocked us out. So I wanted to avoid that. Just try to stay above 50%, because each Aftermath does 25%. So if we're just above 50%, then we can survive too. Yeah, so once we beat the gym, we're actually going to do all of the trainers before the items instead of how we normally do it, which is the other way around. Alright, I believe in you. You can beat the Ghost Gym. Good luck. Nice. Great crit. There's 4 Pokemon and trainers left, and then 6 for him. Whew, nice. Don't para, don't para. Awesome. 3 damage before Morty, I love that. And a lot of PP left. 13 Shadow Punches and 12 Brick Breaks. Right, good luck. That's fine, good crit. He's just gonna keep pivoting. Oh my god, what a doofus. I love when they do this because it just lets me get good chip damage on tanky Pokemon. Oh, mirror move, so I stopped him from using Shadow Punch on us. Nice. The Vaporeon specifically does not have anything it can use on the Dusclops, but the AI is thinking that it's Morty's better Pokemon to send out, so it keeps putting it out without thinking about its action, and then regretting it once it's out. Like, it doesn't do a move check when it's deciding what Pokemon to put out. It's doing an identity check of what Pokemon is better for the matchup. Stomp? I mean, it's a physical move. It hits Pokemon who use Minimize. It's 30% chance to flinch. It's 65 base power. And it's 20 PP, I want to say. Yeah, 20 PP. It's able to learn it. We'll keep it on the back burner, I'd say. But let's go Dusclops, beating the gym. So instead of doing items, we are going to do the trainers. And I'm going to start in the area that we normally would do trainers, because that way I can also take care of the lighthouse, the Ampharos in the lighthouse at the same time. But GG's. Less than 100 health. I pray that my knowledge on how the how the vitamins work on level up, on evolution, sorry. I'm hoping that my knowledge on the vitamins for the evolutions is accurate. That it does not transfer over from this to the next Pokemon. Oh, I'm having fun with it, absolutely. Stab Ghostmon? How can you not have fun with that? So, I don't think they do. I can check on the Discord real quick. I know the nature stays the same, but I don't think anything else stays the same. Okay, I just got a response. They do keep their EVs, IVs, nature, and shininess. Okay, so I'm gonna use it right after this fight. Right before I level up. Glad we checked. Iron we want. It raised my health, attack, defense, and speed. HP up, we want. Raise my health. Raise my health, very nice. Special defense, yes please. Very nice. Now, by doing the trainers first, I am giving up any vitamins I may find. And it did seem like a vitamin-filled file, but that's okay. I'll ask chat. Do you guys think that I'm making the right choice doing trainers first? Or do you think getting the items first is better? Could you explain why, Claire? Next move after 51 is at 61, which is between gym 6 and 7. So you want to get the evolution item, Claire. I thought we didn't want to get the evolution item. I want to at least get this level up move before, since we've already committed to not getting the vitamins. How do you win with this? Strength. Don't need health if you never take hits. Oof. Horrible move. totally wish that it was better to actively... I just wanted it to be worth our time. I hate that it wasted getting the level 51 just for that. Now that we have the evolution, now that we have that level up move, yeah, any opportunity to evolve now would be better so that we can get a couple more moves for that Pokemon. I just have to go back to the water later and double check that I hit every trainer, right? Like, I don't want to skip any trainers for nothing. Pretty sure I did the 4 in that first route, the small route, the vertical route, and then I did the 2 up above, the 5 trainer Pokemon, and then the girl who's always catching me. My intention was to do all of those trainers, then do this, so that once I'm here, I'm just going back towards Lake of Rage. Would have saved time. We're now going to be taking more time to do the version we're doing, but that's okay. I would like to do the evolution once we get the item. Like, let's say I'm halfway through the item, getting all of the items, and I find the Reaper Cloth. I think I just go straight to a trainer and get the evolution right away. Except, actually, it's going to take a couple trainers. Another escape rope, so we can go and do that as well now that we're doing the items. Make a grilled cheese and ham, nice. What kind of cheese are you using? Monterey Jack, nice. Yeah, it is funny that it is different. There's between a ham and cheese sandwich and a grilled cheese and a ham sandwich. They're two different things. hot cheese and cold cheese are two totally different sandwiches. Cold vegetables I like as cold sandwiches, so like a turkey BLT I like as a cold sandwich, but for the most part I like my sandwiches hot. Like, there's a sandwich that's seasonal called the Thanksgiving sandwich. It's turkey, gravy, stuffing, cranberry sauce, cheese. And some people will have that cold. For me, it's gotta be hot. Alright, it's not just me, right? We have not found the item. It's not me missing the item, we just have not found it. Yeah, unless I'm blind too, I'm pretty sure we haven't gotten it. It was good enough. I had said that I was debating on doing one more, and I knew I should not have, and I chose to do one more file, and I regretted it. Sometimes I'll hit the no grass area if I'm looking at chat or my phone or multitasking with RuneScape or something, but for the most part, like, it'll only last a few seconds. So yeah, when it's like for a full minute, or I'll sneak off to like the bathroom or something. That might also happen occasionally. Another dubious disc. Because I can set it to where I don't actually need to hold the buttons. I can have it to where I can turn it on and then I click it again to turn it off. So sometimes I'll set that up and just have it spin, looking for the 5% as I go to the bathroom. Dude, I feel like we're so close to actively being like a bigger channel. I think uploading at least shorts will help. Um, but I definitely feel like we're on the verge. Which is why I've just been pushing it more and more. See, I don't know how that affects chatter. If anyone here has ever been in a Pokegame stream, his streams are from the East Coast like me, and he doesn't have narcolepsy, he has something else, but it causes him to not sleep a lot. And his streams, most of them start at like midnight to 2 o'clock a.m. And he has quite a steady stream of chatters. And yes, you know, his channel is older, you know, but I've seen other channels with not as little subscribers. So like the subscriber count hasn't been as low of channels, but like the timing and the view count has been similar, and their chat count is totally different than mine. The week FireRed and Leaf Green comes out, I should run FireRed and Leaf Green Kaizo. I should. I could do the doubles fight version. 'Cause people don't care which one you do, they just want to see it. I haven't been watching the vid count, but I've been on the Draft League hype, so I've been enjoying all of his Draft League content. The other ones I just put on to try to get through my workday. So we got Stomp, Self-Destruct, Nightmare, and Magic Coat. That is true, Flair, that is true. We're definitely more of a mellow environment and not, like... I don't know what word I'm looking for. I appreciate that, Flair. I'm not fake, but I am cake. Agreed, Crank. 100% agreed. I hope one day I get to be affiliated with him and can do like collaborations, because that would give me the drive to push as much as he does. 100%. BP Max, ayo. That would probably go on Shadow Punch unless we turn into a special attacker. First met him on Cerebi when they had a third-party chat room. I mean, I've had blip of conversations with him through the live stream. You know, he'll read my chat and respond to it. It was funny, there was a time when his channel was a little bit smaller, and during his stream, he was asking chat, hey, I'm looking for a full-time home chef. I'll pay you a sustainable living wage, and you just cook for me 3 meals a day. And I was like, yo, I don't live too far from you. I could do that. But he never like brought anything else up on that. That would have been sick. Just be somebody's personal chef. Yeah, Joey is the reason why I play it. I watch it. I, you know, pushed myself to making this channel instead of, you know, trying to revive my old channel from 10 plus years ago when I was in high school. I think I mean, you can ask the Fate Decides individual that I had in the, like, the guest stream. Remember how I had a guest on recently? You can ask him his opinion on my cooking because he's had it. But I'd say I'm a pretty good cook if I do say so myself. My issue is I fail to bring the ingredients to my household. So then I end up not cooking as much as I should. Another full heal, nice. Specialties, my favorite is flat top. And I know in high tier cooking environments, like when you're at a 5-star restaurant, you get put onto the flat top when you're getting punished, which is kind of funny. But I love the flat top. The flat top is just such a good tool to cook with. Oven baking, oven cooking, it's okay. It's not my ideal way of cooking, but I kind of blame it to the fact that every oven that I cooked with for a long time had issues with their, like, just with the oven itself. So, like, your timings weren't perfect. You'd have to, like, know the scenario of turning the food around or what shelf is the best shelf to cook on. Specialties, pasta. Oven cooking, I did really like pizzas. I know he had a pizza for me as his first meal, and I'm pretty sure I did cooking when he lived with me for a few months. I just don't remember what I made while he lived with me. Yeah, my go-to for affordable home-cooked meal is pasta. It's really simple. It doesn't take a lot of dishes. Doesn't take a lot of ingredients. Chicken and rice is good. I wish I had a rice cooker. Wait, did I already do the rock smashes? Hold up. I'm gonna say I did. I think I did. I was on autopilot and not paying attention. I didn't get any extra items from doing these. I just got an extra encounter. I did not. Okay. I did not. I just double checked. I did not. Max ether. I just didn't want to break the rule out of something silly. You know, doing the rock smashes twice is such a dumb rule to break. That would be a rookie mistake on my part. I will say, this is actually impressive that we haven't found the item yet. I thought for sure we were gonna find it. There's only 2 items left. One item left. There are items in the basement. There are items after the gym gauntlet. You know, like there's a future where an evolution can occur, but it's not going to be for some time. Also, we did not find any other vitamins, and that makes me happy, because that means we didn't waste any items. Yes, we are looking for a Reaper cloth. We are sitting on a PP max, which is nice. I am tempted to put it on Shadow Punch, but I low-key want to save it. It's a copium idea, But like, imagine there's a Shadow Ball option for us on Move Relearner, and where evolution is a special attacker, not physical. Like our nature just ends up being bad for us, but the Mon as a core is a good Mon, and we want to have our PP max on a special attack instead. Like I'd like to save that option when it comes to it. When it comes time to consider options. I need a little bit of a refresher. Did we get this Pokemon in the lab, or did we catch this Pokemon? I think we got it in the lab, right? Because I didn't have any... I had to go and catch my partner Pokemon. So my assumption is we don't have... any level up, any move relearner moves. You woke up to this, Mon? I have not heard of that for Flare, putting pepper on before cooking it. I mean, this sounds like a good idea. Have you ever put sugar on a lemon and then eaten it like an orange? If you put sugar on a lemon, you can eat it straight up without the sourness, and it's quite good. It still has the lemon flavor, but the sugar dilutes the acid. Highly recommended. It's like eating candy, but it's healthy candy. Like, it's a really good option for people who are trying to be healthy. But if they're craving sugars, you should do that in front of your wife, Claire. You should have a lemon and not tell her that you put sugar on it, and then just show her that you eat it straight up. She'll be shocked. See, they're good. What's another one? There was this like French dish that my grandfather used to make. There was two of them. There was like a crustless pizza. He would pretty much make like pepperonis and like green peppers and cheese and a bunch of different like pizza toppings, cooked within like shredded cheese to like get it all into one combined substance with seasonings and whatnot. And then there was another one where it was like this I don't know the full ingredients, but it was the dressing. It reminded me of like a salad dressing, and it was like tomatoes and cucumber slices. No, he was French Canadian. He was able to speak French, correct? Um, I mentioned it earlier in the month, how I had to go up north for his funeral, and at his funeral they sung Ave Maria in French for him. You know, I think my grandfather made cow tongue once. I don't think I ate it. He made that, and he also liked gizzards. He liked all of like the innards of the turkey for Thanksgiving. He liked anchovies. He liked all of the crazy stuff. There was a time when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I was at a daycare, and it was the daycare was run by a Spanish family, and the husband, who didn't really affiliate with like the daycare side of the household, he was in the kitchen. I remember this so vividly. He was in the kitchen, and he made he made a Spanish delicacy, and which was a sheep's eye, and ate it right in front of me. Turtle, rabbit, beaver. Damn. Bird hearts. Damn. I mean, granted, they learned to eat that stuff during like the Great Depression and stuff, like when times were tough and food wasn't as readily available and abundant as it is today. Like, I mean, I don't think any of the people here had it, but you know, there's the generation of like the Great Dust Bowl in America where there was just the famine. You good miss. Good crit. Ignored the intimidate because of it. That's a nice little fun fact about your family. That's cool. Alright, after this next fight, we are doing the shiny Gyarados. So now would be the time to put in your guess on what you believe the shiny will be. If your guess is correct, on the next stream we will do a pack opening and give you a shout out as a reward for guessing correctly. Shiny Sceptile. I was as well, Claire. Shiny Sceptile, Shiny Grimer, Shiny Roselia, Shiny Bulbasaur. Shiny Leafeon, nice. Anyone else? We've got a solid 232 viewers right now. Does anyone else want to guess? There are 501 options, so if everyone guesses, we'd have half of the Pokemon covered. Almost half. And that's 501 counting Rotom like 8 times, counting multiple Deoxys. For my guess, One Erkman, welcome to the chat. Shiny Mischievous, cool guy, welcome to the chat. Shiny Krogunk, glad to see you guys joining in. This is what I like to see. Those are good guesses too. I'm going to say a shiny Wishcash for my guess. Alright, I'll give a last 30 seconds. Anyone else? Alright, let's do it. The guesses are Sceptile, Grimer, Roselia, Bulbasaur, Leafeon, Mischievous, Krogunk, and Wishcash. Why not? Oh my god, I almost said Wobbuffet. I almost said Wobbuffet. That's crazy. I was not going to say why not. I'm not going to flub it. But I did almost say Wobbuffet. Did we get why not another time? Or did we get the Wobbuffet another time? I can't remember which one it was. I feel like it was the Wobba pet. You're pretty sure it was why not? First Scizor. Not bad though. Guy has Aftermath, so I want to see what his special defense is like. Gonna have to take the hit. He's slow, that's good to know. Silly goose. $35 PP in our physical, 32 Pokemon. So if I have to click Brick Break Shadow Punch the entire time, I can. But I'd like to use Extra Sensory on one of the Pokemon in the statue so that we can save like 5 PP. And that should be enough to where the split usage of Ghost and Fighting, we have plenty for the last 7 Pokemon. Alright, good luck. A Giratina to start. I mean, that's big XP. Ish. Alright, so that's 10 PP right there for the first 2. Can you get the week and weekend trainers? Yes. So we are set to Wednesday, meaning we always get a full heal when we leave this dungeon. The Lake of Rage will calm and I can go and get a full heal. I personally don't know what all of the other options are, but the full heal is a solid item, so that's why I have it set to Wednesday. Dude, this is a crazy statue. Great flinch. Not enough damage. So I have to use Shadow Punch on all 4. There's a chance. There is a chance that Salamence has low defense and I can actually knock it out with Brick Break. There is no EVOA in this, but we are not allowed to hold items that are not berries or herbs. The only items can be the berries or the herbs. Like, items are very restrictive. There is no EVOA in this anyways. That's Gen 5. So, if we were playing if we were playing Ironmon, we could run 6 Pokemon with items and healing moves. Everything else is the same. This being Kaizo Ironmon, it is 1 Pokemon, no healing moves, no items. Okay. But that makes him live this next hit. Let me see if Brick Break kills. It does. Because I really want to try to save some Shadow Balls, if possible. I feel like I have to Shadow Punch this. I said Shadow Ball, my bad. I meant Shadow Punch, correct. Another PP max. Yo. I think I put a PP max on Shadow Punch now. What do you guys think? Because that way I don't have to stress. I can go through this and click Shadow Punch on everything and still have more PP, enough PP for the other trainers. Wait, you want to wait still? I mean, I can keep cheesing these trainers to save Shadow Punches, but it's risky, that's all. That's the only issue I have with it. It's risky. Well, I'm willing to wait. I'm just curious what your logic is. What made you switch your mind? Are you saying it just to please me, or do you think I should wait? If we turn into a special attacker, we could use PP maxes on special attacks, plus move relater moves. We have the heart scale, so if this evolves, we have a lot of moves to look through. We have to evolve when we find the item, which means at any point if we find it, we will need to evolve it. It just hasn't happened yet. It's blocking your chats? Damn. we evolve into a physical attacker, then it's perfect. How could it be a waste if we evolve into a physical attacker and I put it on Shadow Punch? How's that a waste? Oh, a special. The earliest we know is all the way past Kanto. It's after the Elite Four. I don't know what blocks the chat, Claire. I think I use it, personally. It's just the safest play. I have a second one, and when I get to Kanto, I would get a third one at one point. Like, there's a person who specifically gives me another one. I think it's safer to use, yeah. I would have more regret not using it than the regret of using it, or the regret of wasting it. God, I am struggling with my words tonight. I apologize. My nature stays the same, correct? Exactly. There's as much of a chance to get another PP max as there is to get the item we need to evolve. But look at that. I have 19, now 18 Shadow Punches, and there's what? Okay, so 17. So there's 10 Pokemon left. And I have 17 Shadow Punches. Nice. GG. Yeah, I'd rather regret wasting it than regret having not used it. Another red shard, nice. That's another Lepa berry and cherry berry, pecha berry. Very good item. Have we calced what the odds are of getting a physical versus special attacker? Like, technically, isn't it 50-50? It is. Yep. It really just depends on what the evolutions are, right? So, like, in one way, technically, if I have seen all of the evolution options, right? If I have seen Spiritomb, Dusknoir, Mischievous, Frostlass, right? If I was able to scout what they have. If I had like a setup move, allowing me to just sit in front of them and just scout their moves, scout their damage output, while I encounter them in the grass. Like a wild encounter. Yeah, I could technically find out what my odds are. Have a bit more of a honed in idea. Be like, okay, 3 Pokemon are physical, 5 are special. And out of the 3 physical, only one of them is actively a Pokemon I was looking to evolve into. You know, so then that in that scenario, I would know that I have a 1 in 8 chance of getting the exact situation I need to be a good Pokemon. Because the stats are based on what that Pokemon has. Whatever Dusknoir has in the grass and in the trainer's hands, that is what we would have as a Dusknoir. I shouldn't use Dusknoir, I should use a different Pokemon. I'll use Spiritomb. With the plus attack, whatever the evolution has, it'll have a 10% boost. So if it has 20 and 100 special attack, that 20 will get a 10% boost. So technically it's not 50-50, it's an equation that we don't have the knowledge of. The lack of knowledge makes us think it's 50-50, but in reality, if I was able to, like I said, if I was able to have a scouting move where I went into the grass, saw all 8 evolution Pokemon, scouted their damage output, and put it into an equation to say, hey, this many are physical and this many are special, and out of that many physical, this X amount are in the classification of I want to evolve into it. Who made that equation? That's just me being good at math. Alright, this is going to be our last item. See, I wouldn't say that's true, Mr. Pokemon, because we have a curse on this channel where we never get a good nature. So you would expect that whatever our plus and minus are on hurts us. This is a scenario where it's actually not hurting us. Yeah, our defense is kind of crippled a little bit, but I'm not crying over that. But I wouldn't say nature makes the odds more in the favor of the nature. They're not congruent. Well, I'm using the word curse, but I'm saying that the nature does not have a correspondent with base stat. They are two separate things. So just seeing the fact that we have a plus attack nature doesn't mean that we're evolving into an attacker. That doesn't increase its probabilities. You're... Look, I took stats and trig as well, but you're using a different math formula to combine two statistics that in a statistical chart technically don't influence each other. But in your calculation, you're allowing them to influence each other. So that's why I'm saying that I'm trying to help you understand, like, we had a Magmar built just like this, and it evolved into a bulky Charizard with no offense. So then why are you saying 10% higher? If you know that the nature is not affecting the evolution in that way, why are you saying 10% higher? Right? I mean, if somebody else can see, like, as a third party, where the flaw in this conversation is. I read your message slowly, and I still don't think it applies. Like, I tried to really break it down, and yeah, I still don't think it applies. So that's what I had explained earlier. The chance of it being higher physical versus special is based on a calculation where we go to each and every Pokemon and see what they are. You find out of the 8 Pokemon that it can evolve into, how many are physical and how many are special, and then your calculation that you're looking for would be that probability. If there is 3 physical out of 8, and I only have 4 Pokemon I want to evolve into, if you look at those 4 Pokemon in the list of the physical that we saw earlier, if only one of those match my 4 that I want, then the calculation would be 1 in 8. No, ignore that. There can be multiple Pokemon. I'm saying how many Pokemon there are. There are 8 Pokemon. 6, 7, 8. There are 8 Pokemon that I can evolve into. Ignore the amount of Pokemon that I can evolve into. It can only evolve into 8 ghost types. So you go and look at these 8 Pokemon, see how many are physical and how many are special. If it's Spiritomb, Rotom, and Bayonet that are physical, all I want is Spiritomb. So 1 out of 8. If all of the others are special, you know that all of the others are bad. Hey, Piece of Yoshi, how you doing tonight? We've already seen every single Pokemon on this list except Dust. Extinguished Media, Spiritomb, Frostlass, except Drifblim. I've seen Gengar, Banette, Mischievous, Rotom. Yeah, the only one I have not seen is Drifblim. I gotta fight this fight. I'm actually now getting more of an understanding of what type of probability clauses that you're using within the statistics that you're saying. And it's similar to the movie of the character in the movie's name is Ben. I forgot the name of the movie, but he talks about how if you have the three cases, right, or the three doors, you find out one door has the goat behind it. Do you choose the other door? Yes, you do, because the statistics are on the side of the new door, right? That's pretty much, in a sense, a version of what we're talking about here. Not one for one, but it's a version. I've used that when trying to decide making a pivot in the grass, and it has flopped in my face so many times. Because probability in this, when everything is randomized, does not flow correctly. Probabilities don't assimilate as well. Because the randomizer can just go off haywire on every single ghost type. Okay, assume all the doors are closed and you'll never see them, but you also have to assume that all of those doors do not go through the normal ratios of stat distribution. We can see the run of all of the Pokemon after the stat. Yeah, we could do that. Damn, double ability over here. I mean, hey, at least it happened here, not at the end. And effects for on Lickitung. Hopefully we're not seeing a lot more Lickitungs after this point, because we should be at the area where they all have fully evolved Pokemon. We'll see. What are your thoughts, Crank, on the statistical evaluation that we're talking about in the chat? Because I'm happy to be wrong. I don't have a math major, right? Like, I'm not here to argue to say like I'm right and I'm not willing to understand. I'm here to understand what you guys are saying. But I'm also applying my experience to the conversation of how min-max polar opposite things can occur, where you try to use a mathematical evaluation to assess your best likelihood, and it really doesn't do you the justice that you think it does. I use the word you derogatorily, not you as in like a target towards an individual in chat. That's not like targeting anyone. I want to express that. I realize I use the word, the quote-unquote you, in that manner time to time, and I don't mean anything by it. True, ignore the nature for a bit and then apply it. Welcome, Phaedrius. How you doing tonight? Welcome, Stenerble. Oh, it's Fate. Welcome. Order ends in 49 minutes. What order? Oh, that order. Yes. Nice. Very nice. I agree, Yoshi. Yoshi's statements 100% exactly how I have been perceiving it. I do get that they're talking about the bigger picture, not what is in front of us, but like I'm looking at the the analysis of 8 Pokemon and what those 8 Pokemon are. That's how I'm at least perceiving it. Because it's like there are 8 Pokemon. Either 8 of them are physical, 8 of them are special, or it's a mix of that. And whatever that variable is, and I'm gonna land on one of them, right? I think of it more as like how the loot boxes work in Counter-Strike. Yeah, in a large enough sample size, the attack can be higher. But it's like it's 8 Pokemon and it's 10%. It's not like it's 30%, like a life orb. So the fact that the randomness of the stats could favor all of defense, all of speed, all of health. It could be no offense at all. It could be all special attack, all physical. Like, I just don't think what is being talked about in chat has enough congruency with what is in front of us that it really applies. I don't think you can really, like, use that and stand there confidently behind that final assumption that you're coming to, the conclusion that the assessment that is being used, and say, yes, this is my best path forward because of that answer. I just don't think that's true. Only Counter-Strike, is Persona Song. I mean, it's loot box in anything. It's the same thing in most games. So then, if you're saying it needs to be a large enough sample size, can you justify the situation with 8 Pokemon? Because it's not a large enough sample size to what you're saying. That's what I'm thinking, Claire, but Yoshi's Gen Z converter. Okay, we break through the paralyzed. Oh my gosh, that was scaring me. The same. As much as I want to bet physical, 100%. I want to be on that side every night of the week. Tuck me in, right? But with how much I've seen Kaizo, I know that anything that I see now has no parallel in situation to prepare me for what its evolution is. All I know is that I'll have a little bit of a boost in attack, a little bit less of defense, and I know that I'll have stab. I don't know if Sludge will be stab. I don't know if stab will turn into normalize and be a normal type move. You know, I don't look at this and say its evolution is going to have a impact by the 10% boost, because if it has what our current special is, our current special attack is at 55. If that had a 10% boost because it was in the physical stat instead, it's not going to do anything for me this late in the game. But I'm not going to have an expectation that there's a little bit more chance that it's physical than special because there's a plus attack nature, and every option of the 8 options have a 10% boost on attack no matter which option it is, so therefore it's a more physical. No, like it can be anything. Every evolution can be literally anything. letting my trauma influence my reason. I've applied it each and every time, and it never works. I've applied what you guys are talking about each and every time, and it never works. I looked at that Onyx, and I said, this is not going to be a good evolution, but we're doing it anyways. And I got completely thrown back by how good it was. Because the nature on the Onyx did not work for it. Evolution. The nature on the Onyx worked for Onyx. Onyx was a physical attacker. It had a plus attack and minus defense. Exact same nature, actually. And then when we evolved it, it ended up being a special attacker with no physical. And I wasted my nature, but I had a really good Pokemon regardless. So I actually double checked on that crank tonight, and they said that they stay. You weren't the one who said trauma, Mr. Pokemon, but I guess you can take Hisabiyoshi's words. So I double checked Crank. They said yes, this is true for all games. They keep their EVs, IVs, natures, and shininess. So all Pokemon evolution keep EVs, IVs, nature, and shininess. Oh, yeah, honestly, I mean, I already have 2 cherry berries, 4 Petras. Like, I'm not too worried about it for this one. If I end up using both cherry berries, then yeah, I absolutely will fly back and do it. But I'm not gonna run all the way there when once I beat this gym, I get fly and I can fly there in 2 seconds. I'm just gonna do it after this gym. I'm right here. Damn, I will say this conversation made 50 people leave the stream. That's crazy. I was at 230 viewers. Hey, Denny with the wise words. Alright, let's lock in and good luck. Let's have some good luck here. Playing some Roguemon, Denny. Very nice. No. I have to just go for the KOs and just ignore the sucker punch. I was trying to waste the sucker punch on him, but holy tank. Alright, next level up, new move. I low-key want to PP max the Brick Break because of how useful it is, but I don't know. Petra Berry's fine. Alright, good luck. That was a crit. He missed. That's what I was hoping for. Don't have to worry about the accuracy drop. I kind of do on this. Oh my gosh, please, buddy, please. I gotta use a big heal. Damn it! Yeah, I gotta. If I don't use a big heal, he's just gonna keep growling, and then it's just gonna be even worse. Oh, that sucks. I need a crit. And it's his citrus berry user as well. Oh my gosh. There it is. Nice, let's go. Really hate that he took the big heal. That was my buffer here, heal, to keep me from using my max potions. I knew the Brick Break crit was our better win con than Extrasensory or Sludge. I could have gone for the poison though. The poison could have helped, but I think the crit was the right play. I do wish I was holding the cherry berry in that situation and not the pecha berry, because that would have also helped. Kind of regret that choice. Thank you, Mr. Pokemon. I appreciate it. I'm more worried about the Paralyze than I am the Magma Storm chip damage. This is our last level up move. Mirror Move. I liked Copycat more than Mirror Move. Mirror Move is worse. Yeah. Go. Why do you say that, Phaedrius? Copycat does the same thing, but I get to control what move gets redirected. Mirror Move only works if they use an offensive move, but Copycat works if they use anything. Yeah, but Copycat does the same thing. The difference is Mirror Move only works on offensive moves and will fail if they use something like Calm Mind or Dragon Dance. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. My tracker is broken. I have to reboot it to be able to get the tracker to work, so it's going to look like I'm restarting, but I'm resetting this file so I can open the tracker. That's so dumb. A multi-turn sleep into... No. Come on. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to do this. And that should fix it. Yeah. Oof, we were evolving into Frostlass. That's rough. Wrap and Draco Meteor into Fend Order and Uproar. Wow, so we had 4 level up moves. It's not great. Great moves. It was technically a physical attacker. Personally, I don't think your calculation predicted this. Like, those stats changes are completely different than... It's not our highest stat. So I checked most of them. I don't know if I hit every single one. 2 were not physical attackers. But one of those 2 with the attack nature would have been more physical because they were like a 1% difference. I can't remember what the other evolutions are. I might have checked all of them. I checked Gengar, Spiritomb, Frostlass, Bayonet, Drifloon, Gengar, Spiritomb, Frostlass, Bayonet. I think that's all I checked. But see, like, my confusion with how you're choosing this math equation, right, is let's say I had instead of getting this Pokemon in the lab, right? Let's say I had caught this Pokemon in the grass. Every time I encounter that Pokemon in the grass, their nature changes. So if I had gotten a different nature, would you be saying the same thing? That if the nature was different, right? If I had a plus special defense, or a plus special attack rather, that my special attack would therefore be the best stat? Like, are you saying that whatever my nature is, that gives me the odds it's going to be in that favor for the evolution? Because if I had a different nature there, like... So you're saying whatever the nature is, that helps predict the future no matter what. No matter if I caught a nature with a plus attack in one scenario versus if I chose to catch the third encounter instead of the first encounter, and it now has a plus speed nature. That's crazy. No. I mean, obvious, Yoshi, that's like, that makes 100% sense. I've never been arguing that. Obviously, it has 10% weight added to its favor. That's the definition of what a nature is. Like that, I'm not arguing. But to say that it's causing it to go into that stat because you have it... That's what I've been saying. There's no causation. That's literally the only argument that I've been putting up, is that there's no causation. Which is why I don't think that making that calculation is even worth our time. I was correlating my cousin. uh, Fate, you're hilarious. Oh, my bad, Flair. I didn't check the file. Who said anything about banning? Who said anything about banning Mr. Pokemon? Ah, gotcha. But it never stopped me. What a savage. TP up, nice. We get 3 evolution options. We can do Friendship, we can do Moonstone, or we can do Waterstone. Slowpoke is King's Rock, you're right. My bad. I kind of want to do Friendship, personally. Extreme Speed Return. As long as the rival doesn't turn into a Ghost type with Conversion 2. Friendship is quicker, exactly. And we're gonna get max Friendship because it's a Friendship Pokemon. right? Like, if we were, I don't know, Porygon Z from the lab, I'd have to run back and forth. And we get plot armor with the Lax Incense. Let's go, Fate. When it expires, do you plan on doing anything immediately, or is it something that you're doing later in the day? It's the protective order that he had talked about when he was a guest on the stream. Damn, Claire, that's rough. Get an escape rope, nice. That's a good plan, Fate. To go. I might have one shot. Whatever. What would you guys like to run? Porygon 2 can evolve. The last one we evolved ended up being horrible. Donphan, 500 BST. Doesn't learn a lot of moves, but decent typing. Good BST. Kangaskhan, 480. Could be an underdog though. Good typing. I like all of them too, that's why it's a tough choice for me. I'll have fate decides. Only the attack and speed were switched. I love a neutral nature. Neutral natures are the best. It means that we get to use every single berry from the shards. It means that we don't have a negative deficit hurting us, as it tends to hurt us more than ever help us. 99% of them will hurt us. Obviously that's an exaggeration, but obviously yes, every single time I can say this is the perfect nature if I could get it, but the reality is if I can get a neutral nature, then I'm not being hurt. I am what I am. Yeah, every time I grab a Pokemon, I always say, oh, this is the nature I would like. Obviously, that's standard. I knew I should have attacked. I almost attacked without healing. Yeah, 1 out of 5 because it's no health included. That's why personally I think the neutral natures are just the best. They help more than they hurt, and I'd rather something just be balanced and help than expect the best of the best, right? Like the best of the best, there's only one. There's only one option typically. It's a minus nature that's not stopping it from doing what it needs to do, and a plus nature that helps whatever it's struggling with. But since you can't always get that, I'd rather just get a neutral nature so that I'm not saying, damn, like, look at that attack. I would have been strong if it wasn't for a -10. So out of curiosity, Mr. Pokemon, I know I've been trying to leave this behind, but just out of curiosity, how would you explain the Pokemon that I catch where their stats are built where they should be adamant, but the Pokemon I caught ended up being modest? I catch I catch a Riolu or Munchlax or anything that can evolve, and its stats are it's a physical attacker and it has 0 special attack, but I roll a modest nature. Can't bat 1.0. Exactly. That's why I just, in my opinion, I don't think doing that statistic, even if you're telling yourself that, oh, it's more in the favor, yeah, you can still hope for it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that it will get it. So why even do the calculation? If natures are random, so then why are you using natures to... Hey, Juice Boy. Glad to have you here. Hope you're having a good night. Hope work wasn't too rough on you, my friend. We just had a really cool Dusclops run, but we were put to sleep at an Ace Trainer. It's Smart AI. We were put to sleep. It used Transform, and then it clicked Shadow Punch on me twice, which means it had enough turns for me to be asleep for 4 turns, and I just never woke up, and it was just very rough. Fate decides. Have a great night. Sleep well. Thank you for the good luck. Jewish boy. No, I said juice boy. See, I think the stem of where this back and forth conversation came from is that you guys think I'm not hoping for it. Obviously, I'm hoping for it. Like, obviously, I want my odds to be in my favor for it. And I know a 10% nature helps, regardless of if it does or doesn't, and I just get a bad roll. My concern was just simply how can you expect that the evolution will be physical just because it has a physical nature? That's what confused me. It will have an improved physical, but in my opinion, I don't think it guarantees or makes a probability that it will be. It just means that whatever it turns out into, it gets 10% boosted. This generation goes up to Generation 4 Juice Boy, Generation 4 Mechanics, and Pokemon. But that's why when I brought this up one last time, I said I think the confusion stems from you believing I'm not already betting in those odds that you're saying. I already was. But my confusion was how you expect the nature to conclude that through the door analogy. That's all I was saying. I don't think that the nature has anything to do in the door analogy, because the nature can be switched every single time I encounter this Pokemon. You said, why would I not bet in favor of my odds? Not why would you not? I misread that. There's been a lot of chats that have thick, just like words, a lot of words in every chat, so I've been trying to read quickly to keep up with everyone. It's not like it's like short chats tonight, right? It's not like 3-word chats. So I've been keeping up, and I read it quickly. I read it as, why would you not bet in favor of my odds? So I apologize. Well, I did not mean to knock it out. That sucks. Three-word chats, here we go. How are you? I am good. How are you? Seizure starter next run? Hell yeah, Juice. I could do Executor if the life score's not good. Whoops. I killed it again. Stop dying, Blazespore. I appreciate it, Denny. Technically, I didn't kill it again. It killed itself. Okay? That, when it kills itself, that's fine. With the right moveset, yeah, Starmie Run can be good. Might go for this Executor instead, because this thing clearly does not want to get caught. The 3 words was not literal, but okay. It's only because I didn't see a thin letter I. My bad. If it didn't have the minus speed, it could have been good. Strong. Why use many word when few words? Well, the first fight has a level 3, so we could run it. No, it's gonna be 13 speed at level 5 instead of 14 or 15 speed, so the nature makes it a hair below average. That's my concern. Level 3 is not... whatever. Whatever. Don't matter. Damn, we got the hidden ability too. That could have been cool. Yeah, 15 at level 3, I could tell he was a hyper-offensive Pokemon. He would have had average speed too if it wasn't for the nature. Ooh. Ooh! Oh my gosh. Yo. Lava Plume Thunderbolt. Let's go. He was a little bit outside of the lab, but I'll take it. Juice Boy, you gotta be around for when we do a Shiny Gyarados guess. I bet you would guess correctly. Porygon Z has super luck. I think. Is it? Is it Porygon Z? Porygon 2? One of them. I might be wrong on that, but I think it's Porygon Z. Just no. What a guy. Honchkrow, you're right, it's Honchkrow. My brain's fried tonight. We're gonna pivot to the Seadra first. We know the other two Pokemon here are slower, so it's safe here, but outside of this area, it might not be. So we're just gonna go for the Seadra and then decide if we full send it or keep scouting. User, welcome. I believe user is Dexio. Yup, that's Dexio. 100% that's Dexio. Yeah, I want the Mold Breaker one, not the Snow Warning. Mold Breaker, Thunderbolt, Lava Plume, dude. Give me the Mold Breaker. Having Fire Electric with Mold Breaker? Yes, please. He might be 13 speed at level 6, so he actually isn't as fast as I was expecting. That's okay. I mean, long term I don't want to keep it that level. He's a little bit lower level than Dusclops. So like, Dusclops just happen to have perfect stat distribution and like be at that tier where it like is just before you stop getting enough stats to even be at that like perfection. You take any more points away from that Dusclops, it starts not being so good. No, I'm not tired yet. I have a headache, so... Did I not respond? Hello? Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2. I had said I probably shouldn't do one more, and then I did one more. Come on, we know you have Mold Breaker. No, I usually wake up an hour or two later in the night, and I think I woke up 2 hours later, ended the stream and went to bed. Finally. And we land the sing. Great nature, wow. It is slow. Wow, look at that nature. That's beautiful. I do wish it was plus speed, but that would be greedy. Stop. Fucking cat's biting the shit out of me. So do we want to scout or do we want to full send? We ignore Dirty, Flash Fire, Motor Drive, and Bolt Absorb, and Thick Fat and Heat Proof. What do you think, Crank? It's been a while since you've been in the stream. I wanna hear what you think. Yo, Nomar in the house. How you doing tonight, Nomar? So I can't use this move if I have my partner Pokemon with me, so I'd rather have Feather Dance as a way to lower their offense if they're, like, scary. Sure, it could help on Shedinja. Super Potion, nice. Like, it's able to cover 1 PP on Shedinja, but one scenario for 1 PP, I don't think it's as valuable as Safety Net with Feather Dance. All that we need is good speed and good attack. That's all that matters. If you don't have good speed, you make it up with good defense. And then the slower you are, the better your typing should be. There are so many evolutions on this Pokemon. You ready for this? Melodic for Alligator, Blastoise, Vaporeon, Gyarados, Lapras, Empoleon, Walrein, Golduck, Wailord, Swampert, Floatzel, Tentacruel, Slowking, Slowbro. The Pokemon we don't want would be, I swear to God, Zuko. Fucking cat. Pokemon we don't want are Politoed, Cloyster, Starmie, Amistar, Kabutops, Poliwrath. Zuko keeps coming up from the shadows and biting my arm. Because he wants me to feed him. And he's like, dude, I fed you like 3 times today. You're gonna get fat and you're gonna make a mess in a little litter box and you're not hungry, you're just bored. God, I'm so pissy tonight, I'm sorry. I need to chill. Being that our evolution is 540 BST and one of the best evolution Pokemon in the generations that we have, the evolutions for this Pokemon are amazing. The cat is fatty, but if you don't feed him, he will terrorize you. Dreams of their resistance. Yeah, the horn drill is a nice, like, emergency backup. It's up to you guys. We can full send it. I mean, I guess we already kind of are, right? But because our nature is so good and our moveset is good, I just want to evolve it and hope that we just become a better Pokemon. That we be at least the same offense and just become faster. I don't care what happens to the other stats. I just want to have the same offense of 22 or better, and then just have better speed, right? Because average at 8 is 20 special attack, 20 speed. So we're a little bit above average. We're bulky, we're average HP, and then we're just slow. Rain Dance. Okay, one thing I don't know if Mold Breaker ignores Cloud 9 and Airlock. I assume it does. But even with or without that factor, does rain help or does it hurt? Because, like, yes, if we have offense in a water type move, it helps. But other than that, it gives Pokemon with Thunder a way to hit us every time. So it weakens our Lava Plume. I guess because I can always do damage with both Thunderbolt and Lava Plume no matter what. Thunderbolt is actually better to always click because it's stronger. You move next level. I would love to get an ice move. Ice Beam would be so nice. Dragon Pulse would also be really nice, but we're not evolving into Kingdra, so Water Spout would be cool. I would like Water Spout. Alright. Good luck. That's funny. Back-to-back evolution item Pokemon. That's crazy. I don't know if I would say this one is better or worse. It's more balanced, I'd say. More min-max. Dusclops was faster, yeah. That was the main thing. And had stab. It was fast and strong, right? That was the main thing. And he was 10 BSTs higher with a better typing. Like, I know people say water type is the best type for Kaizo, but in my opinion, I think ghost type is better than water. Alright. Good luck. Ew, defense curl? No. Someone that I know that had done it when I first started beat Kaizo HeartGold with a no guard Magmortar that was extremely fast and had, I want to say it had 2 Oko moves and he had 2 PP maxes on them. But he missed the second attack. Let's go. Yo, that's huge. Because if he crit, he died. We died. We're looking for a dragon scale. Just a reminder. The contact ability. Technically coverage, but our attack is just so low. It covers the 30 that we can't hit. But I honestly think Lava Plume is stronger. Agreed, Crank. I 100% agree with that. Like, offensively, I could see it being better, but defensively, I think there are better defensive types. I think Feather Dance might be better, but what do you guys think? Our attack hasn't even hit 10. I think it's literally like the minimum amount plus and minus nature. Yeah, I don't think we take it. Even if our evolution ends up being a physical attacker, like, it's a solid move, don't get me wrong. I really don't have any use for Feather Dance in my opinion. That's the only reason why I'm like hesitant on just saying no. It is a good move. It's like, yes, obviously I want to play for a special attacker, but I should always play for every odds. Like if I get cucked on the evolution, at least I try to attempt to save it. Even if I delete it later, even if my very next level up move or TM deletes it, I kind of see it being better than Feather Dance because I'm so tanky. I just don't really see Feather Dance being worth it, like, long term. There's only maybe at one chance there's one strong Pokemon. And it's like, what? Thunder Punch, Speed Bomb. Leaf Blade. Anything stronger than Leaf Blade? Volt Tackle. Oop, oop, my internet cut for a second. Are we back? Ooh, that was scary. There was a surge and my internet cut for a second. Sometimes it goes for more than a second and it can go up to like multiple minutes to the point where I have to like do a full reset. And then it crashes the stream, which makes me have to restart the stream. And our view count goes down to 8. Hey Zuko, can you like chill? Honestly, give me a moment to feed him. I'll be right back. That way I can like actually like be focused and not have an extra bite mark or 2 in the morning. You are so right. I clicked the wrong button and that's on me. I clicked the wrong button and I stayed muted that whole time. GG's. Damn. That means you guys didn't hear me right there. When I was paused for a second, I said the first move that I said that I wanted was Ice Beam. I said Ice Beam and it gave me Ice Ball. Is the clicking buttons that loud? Time for a nickname. Oh, Tiamat. Oh, Tiamat for a nickname. Tiamat. Alright, there's no water type. Mono water type, I should say. There is the Gyarados, but it's high BST, it's got an immunity. I'd rather just go with the FireRed. Level 3. That way I can use Lava Plume on it. Why are you calling Nomar by his last name? That's weird. That's sus. Hella sus right there. Hey Mateus, welcome. I was looking for my HM Pokemon as a level 3 normal type, but it was not spawning. His name is Nomar, not Morrow. How'd you get Morrow? Yo, Nomar with the 2 for thank you, Nomar. Your next guess is Vaporeon. I greatly appreciate it, Nomar. Thank you. What happened to Dusclops? We were put to sleep by an ace trainer. They used Transform, then they hit us with Shadow Punch. I'm here, Claire. Don't you worry. To answer your question, Mateus, would be fighting ground, flying electric. Fighting ground and flying electric. It gives us coverage for everything except 89 Pokemon. If you take out the unevolved Pokemon, it covers for everything except 56. The longer we run, the less Pokemon will know who have Bolt Absorb, Motor Drive, Flash Fire, etc. So we may be able to do certain things now that later we can't do. Metal Claw is a physical move, we don't need it. Hey, thank you, Claire. Thank you, I appreciate that. You're the goat for that. Thank you. Bolt Plume is nasty, I agree. Alright, into the cave we go. Nice, Mr. LeBear. Let's do that. Finally above 0 tomorrow. Nice. Ice Ball is not good, no. Okay, new move. Bone Meringue. Oof. Do I like that more than Crunch? We don't want... actually, we won't evolve into Sharpedo or Crawdon, but we could evolve into Swampert. I think we keep Horndrill, as there is the option that our evolution could turn into an like a no guard Pokemon, right? So like until I start learning special attacks, I'm not going to get rid of that. But I could see Boomerang covering better than Crunch. Yeah. Gives us a lot more coverage. Like 25 more coverage. It's like 20 coverage actually, 18 coverage. What the hell was that? Something just made a loud noise outside. True, but Kingdra had a little bit of attack to help go for it. This has 0. The evolution, though, could definitely have some attack investment, even with the minus nature. It's unlikely. The odds of having the min-max in the base stat, not even counting the nature, not counting the extra 10% reduction the attack will have, just the base stat in general, the min-max specifically, versus like a split or a 40-60, we get a lot of 40-60s. So I think we get rid of Crunch. What do you guys think? Obviously, this last move slot, if it's physical, I'm almost never clicking it right now until I evolve. And at that point, I'll decide how things go from there. But in the small vacuum that we're talking about right now, between Crunch and Boomerang, Boomerang has a better base power, 20 base power stronger. It is less accurate and it is less PP, but it is also no contact and more coverage. And with my gut, I think I get rid of Crunch. How? I could do the same scenario where I wait until I beat the rival to see if at that point I get to level 30 or not. Unlike Dusclops, this was caught in the grass, so it actually might only be level 29 when we beat the rival. Like, I feel like we're a little bit lower than we were on our last run. Boomerang for the win, let's go. That's hilarious. the mental herb stops us from getting infatuated, as well as gives us an opportunity to identify Pokemon who have the ability Frisk, so that we know that in the future they're not a threat with any special ability. And an added benefit is because it's not a berry, it cannot be eaten through pluck or bug bite. Right, the rival has a level 27, so there's a good chance we're not moving first on every Pokemon in this fight. But we're gonna try our best. And it's also likely we're not hitting 28. We're not hitting 30, sorry. Okay, level 27 was easy, very good. Keep throwing for me, please. Great paralyze. Hell yeah. GG. I thought about going for the Lava Plume Burn, but I was like, no, because like the extra base power on Thunderbolt makes this, I think that was a 3-shot. And I was like, with one paralyze opportunity, like, then he only gets 2 shots on me versus 4 shots with Lava Plume's lower base power. Alright, good luck. I grabbed my HM Pokemon, right? I'm pretty sure I did. Yes, I did. But what I didn't grab is the items in the forest. Oh well. Guess I'm not evolving in here. The boomerang did 2 damage, but I only needed 2 damage. That's funny. Don't have to worry about flash fire in this double fight, so we should be able to one-shot unless it's like a ×4 resistance like Medcargo. Rampardos, It might not one-shot Rampardos, we'll see. Yeah. I figured. Same, Nomar, same. Yo, Christian made it to the chat. Let's go. New move right here. No freaking way! Oh my god, I can't believe we got it. Oh my god, this is a move I was asking for. Thank you, Christian, for bringing us Water Spout. Let's go. Mold Breaker Water Spout. Oh my gosh. What do you guys think? Do we get rid of Boomerang or Horn Drill? I could see Boomerang just being useful to finish knockouts and saving PP. Yo, Juice Boy. Insane move right now. Like, Boomerang's not great, but who knows, we might end up with a Swampert as an evolution. Yeah, I think we get rid of Horn Drill. I have not clicked it once. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was like, resisted, extra base power, spread, or resisted lower base power and spread. I think Thunderbolt one-shots, and I can save my stab. It's 100 base power instead of 150, but that's okay. Facts, Juice Boy. Crazy move right there. I mentioned it earlier that I wanted Water Spout. I might have been muted, but I mentioned it. Alright, good luck. There's a crit. We crit back, so he doesn't get his Citrus Berry, which is nice. I'm gonna try to heal just to make our... Yup. That way my Water Spout is stronger. I'm gonna go for another one. I do want my Water Spout to be stronger. Just don't crit. Nice. That should one-shot. No. The crit. Damage. I just gotta knock him out. No, wow. Thank you for not flinching. Oh my gosh, that could have been bad. Tanks it, but doesn't attack, and we live and we knock out. Oh my gosh, that was a tough fight. And I had to use a lot of my heals. Didn't help that I went in with partial health, right? Like I took the damage in the other fight. Fire Blast is not bad. I mean, if our evolution was to say have compound eyes, would be a good move for the Elite Four, just for extra base power without having to miss. Throw a PP max on it, just secure one shots a little better. Not for this, for the evolution. Needed horn drill for the catfish, so I'm glad that I didn't do that though, because I've attempted that and I'll miss all 5 and just waste 5 valuable turns. I needed to probably click water spout on one of the turns that I chose to heal, because the damage that he did with the crit after on the following turn allowed him to then therefore be out of range for the water spout, but before the crit he actually was in range for us to one shot. So it's just like, it's unfortunate. Without the crit, it would have been more in our favor to one shot than the original roll. The original roll was not great. I'll be honest, the original was not great, but because of his heal, it probably was the better play, not gonna lie. Oh well. We lived, we move on, we get some heals here. It was, at the end of the day, it was just a super potion, right? Could have been worse. Messed that up. Whoops. Let's see what I did wrong. Hell yeah, no more. Max Ether, alright, nice. How far do Dusclops get? So, you know how when we beat the 5th gym, the Chuck, for the gym gauntlet, we then after that go to the ace trainers. We got through the ace trainer with the double fight, but then the trainer with like the solo who gives you the power herb, she put us to sleep with her Yon Mega that survived our stab shadow punch, and then transformed into us, hit us with 2 shadow punches of our own, and knocked us out with our own move. I was worried about going for wake up, like a wake up item, because I was gonna lose the speed tie. Well, first I didn't know she was gonna transform, and then from there I was like, well, I'll lose the speed tie, so I need to try to wake up, and then I didn't. I think it could maybe get to Morty. It might start struggling right before at the, I think once it beats Whitney it's where it's gonna start struggling. It's my prediction. Because it has the bulk to get through this area, and now that it has stab, it also has the offense to get through this area. But I think the speed creep will start to occur right after Whitney. I am kind of on the side of going for evolution. It's obviously risky. But with this nature and this moveset, all we need is just a basic Pokemon. Just give me something standard and I'll be sailing. It can even be a Poliwrath for all I care. It could be Starmie. I wouldn't cry over a Stone Evolution Pokemon. I just want good stats and a good ability. $59, isn't that? That's the last TM, that's Claire. So Claire does not give us anything good. That's a physical rock type move that has to recharge. Me and the homies hate Claire, same. That guard has a Growlithe as well, that's funny. We're looking for such a specific item for evolution that I'm always just afraid that I overlook it when we pick it up. A couple Pokemon already outspeeding us. Oh yeah, Christian, we are good bulk, better HP than the Dusclops. The Dusclops had very low HP. I think it was like 14 on the base stat. We had no HP on the Dusclops. So this has more HP and more bulk and good special attack. It's just a little slow. That's the only issue with it. Min-max offense. Our special attack is only a little bit above average. It's not crazy offensive. We were 22 at level 8 for our special attack. Oh my, look at that. That's the wrong item. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Reaper Cloth. The bounty on that head has expired. multiplayer. This is crazy. The odds of this is insane. Second stage Supremacy, I guess. I would like Ore Sphere or Earth Power. Either or would help a lot. Bonus attack does not matter. Dragon scales tend to be more rare than other evil items too, yeah. I don't even think the last file ever saw one. Last file I was saying how we found a ton of evolution items. I don't think we ever saw one of those. I mean, I have seen them. It's not like it's the rarest item in the game. That's like full stores. Alright. Actually, before I go in, I'm gonna drop off the egg. Luck. What a lead. The EVs, IVs, nature, and shininess will stay the same. The ability distribution of the stats, possibly the typing, and the BST will change. And our moveset will stay, the 4 moves that we have, but what we will learn and what we have, quote unquote, have had learned, which is technically move relearner, will be different. Yo, Laser Dog, how you doing tonight? Welcome back, glad you could return. It's kind of the same, 3.5. It's better in some things, it's worse in others. Specifically speed. The speed is the issue. It could technically be called a 4 because it has stab, and even though it has mold breakers, still has ninja answer. Alright, kind of the same situation as Bugsy, right? I went into Bugsy where my base power for Water Spout was 104. So, good luck. We got this. Good crit. Good death to the burn, nice. Very nice, one left, and I can click stab. He's faster. But we one-shot with stab, very nice. GG. I'm glad I didn't waste the water spouts on those on the first trainer who had Lugia, and she had something else too. And I thought about, oh, she had Mewtwo. She had Mewtwo and Lugia, and I thought about clicking it, but I'm glad I didn't. Because I needed it. I needed them for the later Pokemon. We want Aura Spear, Ice Beam, Earth Power. I think that water spell would be good for this one. Yeah, I was too. I think I was muted when I was seeing it though. Sorry. Just wanted to fix. Okay, much better. The way I was sitting ended up starting to be really uncomfortable. Now I'm comfortable again. Doom Desire. Not a good move. For you guys, because it's buffering for me. Okay, no, it's back. I don't know. I was kind of tempted to have us end it here and pick it back up tomorrow, because by the time we get to we have like 4.5 hours left to the available stream, so it's kind of playing it close. I mean, there's a couple items that we could grab, but I like being here because it allows me to know where I'm going next. Like, I don't want to be at the next town and like... Yeah, honestly, I'd rather just stop here, because if I do that, I'm gonna end up just doing more. I'll grab one item, then 2 items, and say, hey, well, there's 3 trainers, and then there's more items, and it's just gonna be a domino effect, so... Tomorrow we start with a runner, and we pray. That's all we do. Oh, my internet just cut out for another second. Looks like we're back. It kind of sounds like there's high winds outside. So I feel like some of the power lines might be getting affected by it. That could be what's happening. But yeah, it was a really solid stream tonight. GG's. and we're gonna do our best to go to the Elite Four with an Evolution Mon tomorrow. I will see you all in the next stream. Take care. Peace.